Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have Malawi? We've got apologies from Lesotho. So next time, oh, no, we have Lesotho in the house, actually. We have one apology, but one is in attendance.
Morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. I'm Tomasito from Lesotho. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we could have Madagascar, actually. We have a delegate from Madagascar. Maybe she's not yet here. Actually, I overlooked all. Yes. Yes, please. Did somebody want to say something? Okay, sorry, I overlooked, I missed DRC. Maybe the delegate from DRC could introduce herself if she's already in. I'm not sure she's here. Then we have Honorable Zulu from Malawi. She could introduce herself.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good morning. Malawi, we are here, present.
Yes, ma'am. That's Honorable Rachel Zulu from Malawi, representing Malawi. Then could we have Honorable Agostino from Mozambique? Honorable Agostino, would you like to introduce yourself, ma'am? It would help if you indicated also the committee that you said. Good morning, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Very good morning. I'm the chairperson of the Democratization and Governance and Human Rights Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Honorable Agostino from Mozambique. Could we go with South Africa next? Honorable member from South Africa.
Sorry, I was just on mute there. I'm Darren Bergman. Unfortunately, my camera is not on because I've got COVID at the moment, but pleased to meet all of you.
Yes, and your committee, Honorable, the committee that you serve?
I'm the Vice Chair of Democracy, Governance and Human Rights.
Okay, thank you. Honorable member from Tanzania. Honorable Shirley Joseph Raymond, if he's in the house or she's in the house. Okay, I think that ends the list. So we could have DRC again. The chairperson is in the meeting now. Maybe he could introduce himself and take his role of chairing the meeting. Honorable Chair, over to you.
Madame. C'est l'honorable André Léon Toumba.
I'm Honorable André Léon Toumba from DRC Parliament. I'm the chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Human Resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You may wish to call the meeting to order and proceed with the meeting.
Honorable Chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. This meeting is called to order. It's the call to order, so we can start the meeting. I would like to invite the Secretary General to confirm credentials of delegates according to our Article 12 of SADC Constitution.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Registered for the meeting today, we have 10 members of the committee. So we have the chairperson from DRC, Honorable Tumba. There's some interference, I don't know. Could the members please, and all in the meeting, keep their microphones on mute if they are not on the floor? We also have Honorable Rachel Zulu from Malawi, the vice chairperson of the committee. We have Honorable Geronima Agostino from Mozambique. We have Honorable Anele Ndebele from Zimbabwe. We have Honorable Ruth Adriano Mendes from Angola. We have Honorable Marie-Jeanne Dak Masi Pulamali from Madagascar. Honorable Leketo Mosito from Lesotho. We have Honorable Shali Joseph Raymond from Tanzania. Honorable Anne Marie Mbilambangu from DRC. And Honorable Stridom Panza from Eswatini, as well as Honorable Darren Bergman from South Africa in attendance. So we do meet the quorum requirements in accordance with the constitutional provisions, and the meeting may proceed. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Yeah, I can bring Etano Chombeti with the
Is the Honorable Chair still is muted? Oh, okay. There's some consultation going on. Honorable Chair, you are muted. We can't hear you.
Excusez-moi.
Thank you.
Excusez-nous si vous avez une petite précision.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Now we need to adopt the agenda. The draft agenda has been circulated to all members. Is there any proposal for modification to this agenda before we can adopt it? Or any amendment before we can adopt it? Is there any connection problem?
We can hear you, Honorable Chair. Perhaps what we can do is to flag the agenda for the members to look at it. With your permission, Chair. Maybe I could share the agenda on the screen. You are muted again, Honorable Chair. I can't hear you.
Je disais adoption de l'ordre du jour.
I was talking about the adoption of the agenda. Honorable members, the draft agenda was sent, was shared with all members. Is there any proposal to amend it or to modify anything before we can adopt it? So we are waiting to see whether there is any proposal for modification or amendment. Thank you. Is there anyone who'd like to modify, to amend anything or to add? Who would like to propose
Nós estamos com problemas aqui de tradução, mas eu apoio a agenda.
Est-ce que c'est... Non, je m'excuse, j'accorde la permission.
The chairperson says he's sorry he didn't follow the request by the secretary to project the agenda on the screen. Honorable Secretary, please do that.
Thank you.
And then if there is any proposal for modification.
I was saying we have interpretation problems. We cannot hear. On our side, it says Mozambique.
Okay. Would ICT please assist us with that interpretation problem? Perhaps we can proceed, Honorable Chair. ICT will deal with the problem.
Can we propose to introduce the new committee secretary?
D'accord.
Yes, we discussed that with the chair.
Donc, peut-on dire que l'ordre du jour peut être adopté?
As there is no request for modification, can we adopt now the agenda?
Chair, apologies. May we include in the agenda the introduction of the new committee secretary before we adopt the agenda?
Oui, on peut l'inclure.
Yes, we can include that item. Thank you.
So perhaps here.
Do we agree to include that? All members, please confirm whether you agree. I'm asking whether all our members in attendance agree so that we can add that item.
Est-ce que on peut avancer, s'il vous plaît? Oui. Oui. D'accord. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you for adding that item on the agenda. Can we now adopt the agenda, please?
Peut-on
There are two hands from Tanzania and Madagascar, Chair.
D'accord. Qu'il le fasse, s'il vous plaît. Tanzanie.
Okay, Tanzania, you have the floor.
I agree, Honorable Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Et l'autre, c'est quel pays? Madagascar.
Thank you. I support the adoption of the agenda, including the amendment. Who else? Okay, that's fine. The agenda has been adopted.
Je demande, s'il vous plaît, si on pourrait nous présenter le nouveau secrétaire.
Please, you can now introduce the new secretary. That is item number 4 on the agenda.
Credentials, Honorable Chair. May we kindly hear the credentials for the committee? Apologies. The credentials were done. Okay, Chair. Hello?
Madam SG, I think you can proceed. Chair.
Have I been given the floor?
Honorable Chair.
Oui, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, on vous attend.
Wishes. Yes, please.
Yes, you have the floor, SG.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am happy to introduce Ms. Toko Nombulelo Gomeze, a staff at the Parliament of Eswatini, who has been seconded to the SADC Parliamentary Forum to work with this committee, Honorable Chair. Ms. Toko Nombulelo Gomeze studied law at the University of Eswatini and obtained a Bachelor of Arts in Law and a Bachelor of Laws degree. She is a qualified legislative draftsperson. She holds an LLM degree in international trade law from the University of Stellenbosch, South Africa, a diploma in legislative drafting from the Vista University in South Africa, a diploma in drafting and interpretation of contracts from the University of Johannesburg, and a postgraduate certificate for proficiency in legislative drafting from the Ghana Law School. Her CV is quite vast. She has worked in Eswatini as a legal counsel in the Development and Savings Bank of Eswatini. She has worked at the High Court of Eswatini. She has worked at the Attorney General Chambers and has worked across a breadth of ministries in Eswatini, including supporting domestication, constitutional reform, and also issues around human rights law and looking at local governance, environmental law, nuclear war, terrorism, and money laundering. Prior to her appointment as the legal clerk in the Parliament of Eswatini, Ms. Gomeze was the program officer and legal governance officer in the decentralization program of the Ministry of Tinkundla Administration. Honorable Chair, we are grateful to the Parliament of Eswatini for lending us this support through Ms. Gomeze, and we believe that she will be an asset for this committee. Allow me at this point to thank Ms. Claire Musonda, who has been sitting in this committee as a committee secretary, along other committee secretaries of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, like Mr. Sheone Kurasha and others who are working on a rotational basis. Henceforth, Ms. Gomeze will be your permanent committee clerk going forward under this particular committee, and will serve diligently as all other committee clerks. I thank you, Chair.
No, but Chair, we may proceed.
DRC appeared frozen. I'm not sure they're still on. IT, could you kindly check?
Oui. Je ne sais pas si vous m'avez suivi.
Yes, I don't know if you followed me, Honorable Secretary General.
You are frozen, Chair. May you kindly proceed? You are back online.
Je l'assure que... D'accord. Oui. Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Chair. You may proceed, Chair.
Je répète la même chose. Oui, je disais que je félicite.
Yes, I was saying that I thank the presentation, and I wish her all the best, and I'm sure that we'll work together. Thank you very much for that appointment. Honorable parliamentarians, Honorable Dr. Kamisile Letrit Chabalala, former parliament member of the Republic of South Africa, and who was working in the finance department and fiscality. Madam Boma, Secretary General of Parliament of SADC, member of the Committee of Human Resource Development on governance and public finance, distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address to you, honorable members, and I would like to wish you a very good welcome to this parliamentary meeting. As you know, this committee is invested in monitoring the integration at the national level in terms of thematic the thematic work on the model laws. Once these model laws are adopted by SADC-PF. Honorable members, you'll agree with me that the efforts from SADC-PF has made it possible the establishment of model laws in different thematic themes. It is well established that this forum is really one of the rare parliamentary organization that is there to establish model laws to reinforce the legislative landscape within the region. And this is something that is there to determine the criteria that the member states can rely on in order for them to guide their efforts in terms of legislative reforms. In this perspective, the committee on monitoring the model law has got a mandate to help and to evaluate the progress which has been accomplished by member states of SADC in terms of integration at the national level of the models of SADC, as well as the implementation of these laws. And this can be done from various methods which can be obtained in order to reach specific results and also to achieve certain goals. This is also to recognize that the adoption of model laws is a way to reach a reform. Consequently, the institution of this committee aims at accelerate the implementation and integration of the model laws at the national levels, and this is a proof of determination from parliamentarians from SADC to improve the condition of life of their citizens within the SADC region through the regional norms. Honorable members, I am convinced that the model laws are a tool that the parliamentarians are using that represents all the citizens of SADC, and we have to do all we can to improve the livelihood of our people. We will not allow that the process of elaborating the model laws are hindered by some facts. We have to ensure that this is implemented in terms of at the national levels if we want our populations to benefit from this remarkable initiative. It is therefore our role as representative to speak for the masses, those without voice, and to ask that what contains the model law that we're going to adopt here is going to benefit our members in the SADC region, and that it should be integrated in the national laws for the human right. In fact, our role here as representatives, obliges us to show that we are determined to work in order to ensure that the processes that we're going through can even go beyond the integration of the model laws at the national levels in order to have a full implementation within our countries. Honorable members, during the last decenny, the Parliamentary Forum has established 4 model laws which are essential to reach the SADC region, we recall that there was a model law on HIV and AIDS, the model law on eradication of early marriage and the protection to the children already married, and also a model law against gender-based violence. And now we are busy finalizing another model law, which is going to work as a tool that is going to monitor the public finances. Our committee has confirmed that the elaboration of the laws that have been approved by the committee, by the permanent committee on human development and social development, in terms of the model law and eradicating the early marriage and the protection of children already married. On the recommendation of the committee, this instrument aims at filling the gap, the communication gap, and to facilitate the gathering of data, and this has been adopted at the 50th Plenary Assembly. The adoption of these model laws can vary from one country to the next, and the committee has noted, for instance, that Zimbabwe has recently adopted a model law which is there to avoid disseminating HIV and AIDS. And this is one of the model laws that has been adopted at the Plenary Assembly in 2016. Honorable members, it is evident that we have still a lot of things to do in order to make sure that our model laws are implemented, and that thanks to the work that we are doing as SADC-PF at the forum level. The exercise of these model laws has never been so pertinent to the well-being of human rights. And this, we have noted that we had financial crisis that have been a negative impact on our people and also on the world nationwide. And we also know that this has been even more due to the crisis of COVID-19. And this has led to a decrease of influx of investors on a long period. While the nations are still struggling with the effect of the crisis of COVID-19, the world economy has been confronted with social and economic devastation due to COVID-19. And SADC has also been touched with singular severity. The economic growth has declined, and this has also resulted in loss of work and employment and the deterioration of livelihoods. Our population have continued to sink deep into poverty. In this context, the implementation of the model law and their integration on the national level can actually contribute to the improvement of our people's lives, as well as the quality of life in our region. And this can also help with the finances. As you know, the financial management is something that is going to help our people. If the finances are not well managed, this is going to have a negative impact to our people and our public services. In light of what I've just said, the objective of our meeting today appears to be very significant as we are approaching the presentation of the model law on public financial management. We have to define the strategies that are going to lead to the adoption of this model law, namely the sensibilization and integration at the national level of this model law, which is an important fact. We need to be proactive and do our job as parliamentarians in adopting this law and make sure that it's integrated at the national level. Honorable members, we need to anticipate and to plan if we need to progress in our different countries. Honorable members, I'm happy to note that we will hear a discourse that is going to be presented by one of our members, and through this presentation, we hope to get information as well as some of the method that we can follow in order to integrate at the national level our model laws on public financial management once this has been adopted by the plenary assembly. This is going to help us to identify some areas which need particular attention with regard to public financial management once adopted. Once adopted, these tools are going to help us. These tools that have been elaborated are going to help us to monitor and integrate this model law on public financial management. We recognize that this experts that is going to be presented today is going to help us to have tools that we can use at our national level. I therefore urge all the members to follow this and try to participate in order for us to have tools that are going to help us through these experts, and also to contribute actively to establish the means and ways of establishing, of implementing the model law. After these few remarks, I have the honor and the privilege to declare this meeting officially open. I wish fruitful deliberation to all participants. I thank you for your attention. Thank you. We can go to the next point. I would like to consult my tablet. That's where all the elements are written, all the points are written.
It's consideration of the minutes, Honorable Chair.
La considération
of the minutes of the previous meeting.
Honorables membres, nous allons maintenant examiner.
Honorable members, now we're going to have the consideration of the previous meeting. Do you have any questions? Do we have any questions on that?
With your permission, Chair, we can flag the minutes.
Yes. Il n'y a pas de problème. Accordé.
Okay, your permission is granted.
Thank you.
Sur WhatsApp. Esatto, ma tu me lo dici. Stavo su un Ils ont demandé une minute. Ils ont demandé une minute. C'est ça. Ils ont demandé quelques minutes. D'accord, merci. Je ne savais pas que mon micro était ouvert.
All right, thank you, thank you. I didn't know that my mic was open.
The minutes are on the screen, Chair. You may proceed with the consideration of the minutes.
Merci.
Thank you. Can we proceed?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Je dis, on peut continuer?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thanks.
Est-ce que c'est possible de
Is it possible?
examiner le procès verbal de notre précédente réunion?
Is it possible to examine our previous minutes for the previous virtual meeting? If there are questions that arise from the previous minutes.
Y a-t-il des membres qui ont le procès verbal de la précédente réunion?
Are all the members having the minutes? Did they all receive the minutes from the previous meeting?
Yes, they were shared a while back, but we also have them on the screen, Honorable Chair. Maybe you could go item by item. You could request for comments item by item to make it easier in terms of the different differences in pagination for the different languages. Might be easier to use item by item. And you have a comment from Honorable Charlie Raymond, wishes to take the floor.
Je voudrais demander qu'on nous accorde quelques minutes pour que le document...
I would like to request a few minutes so that I can get so that I can get the document.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, there's a request for the floor from Honorable Raymond from Tanzania.
Go ahead. Allez-y. Oui.
Yes, you can go ahead, Honorable, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Page 1, absent with apology. Name number 2 to read as Shirley Josepha Raymond. A is missing on the second name, please. On the second name. It should read Shirley Josepha Raymond. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
D'accord. On va.
Ronald.
On peut passer au point suivant, s'il vous plaît, s'il y en a.
Okay, thank that's taken. We take note. Can we go to another point if there's anybody? Can we move to the next point, please? To the next item, please.
Peut-on passer au point suivant, s'il vous plaît?
Do we have any comment on the next item, please? So I would like to ask if there's if there's no point, then we can go to the next item, please.
Madame la secrétaire générale, il y a un problème ou quoi?
Madame Secretary General, do we have a problem maybe, or there's just no comment on the items?
Madam Claire?
There are no comments at the moment.
D'accord.
All the members seem to be quiet at the moment. So maybe, Honorable Chair, you might wish to proceed.
Oui. Oui.
Okay, yes.
Il n'y a pas de problème, c'est bon. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you.
There are still no comments, Honorable Chair, on the adoption of the agenda, welcome remarks. So far, I see no indications on the screen. With your permission, Chair, we can proceed.
Peut-on aller à la page suivante, s'il vous plaît?
Okay, can we move to the next page, please?
Can we continue? Yeah, just to go through before confirming the minutes.
Maybe on matters arising, I still see no hands on the screen. Perhaps we proceed, Honorable Chair, with your permission.
Peut-on aller à la page suivante, s'il vous plaît?
Yes, we can go to the next page, please.
Peut-on aller à la page suivante, s'il vous plaît?
Can go to the next page, please.
Qui peut voir? Oui.
Honorable Chair, there are still no requests to take the floor on the screen. And we are on the last page of the minutes. That's the end of the minutes. So perhaps the chair could call for proposal and secondment for adoption. I'm not sure if the chair is still with us.
Je disais, si c'est possible de nous excuser, nous avions été déconnectés. Nous avions eu un problème technique.
Sorry, we had some technical issues. We were a bit disconnected. Sorry for that.
Okay, Honorable Chair, we got to the end of the, there's a hand now from Honorable Ndebele from Zimbabwe.
Sorry, I may have jumped to the.
Oui, allez-y, Honorable Ndebele.
You have the floor, Honorable Ndebele.
My apologies, Honorable
Oui,
Chair.
Ndebele.
My apologies, Honorable Chair. I have jumped the gun. I raised my hand so that I could move for the adoption of minutes, but I will wait for you to call for that, Honorable Chair. My apologies.
Merci, pas de problème.
Thank you, no problem. Anybody else who would like to have the floor?
Honorable Agostino has raised her hand from Mozambique.
Thank you, Chair. I also would like to support and for the approval of the minutes. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
We also have Honorable Gulamali, Mercy Gulamali from Madagascar. She raised her hand.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to support the adoption of our minutes for last meeting. Thank you.
Je peux supposer que tout le monde a lu et qu'il n'y a pas d'objection. Ce faisant, je demande qu'on puisse adopter.
Okay. I would like to propose that we adopt the minutes.
Je considère que le procès verbal de notre précédente réunion est adopté.
Okay. Our minutes now have been adopted. Thank you.
Y a-t-il des questions?
Honorable Masigula Mali has
Je demande s'il y a des questions.
Any question?
It's off now.
I would like to ask whether we can go to talk about matters arising from the minutes.
You may proceed, Honorable Chair. There are no hands.
Je demande s'il y a des questions qui découlent de Madame la secrétaire.
There's no interpretation. I can't the interpretation.
No, he's asking whether there are questioners. Anyone who'd like to have the floor.
On this.
Pardon me.
Okay, there are no hands on the screen though. There are none. Perhaps we proceed, Honorable Chair, to matters arising.
Okay, merci. D'accord.
All right. I'm now asking the Secretary, Madame Claude Sonda, to inform us about the progress made on the former resolutions. Madam the Secretary, Committee Secretary, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. There was one resolution.
Your bandwidth is failing you, Claire. Your bandwidth. Hello? Madam Claire? I think she's frozen, Chair.
Oui, je constate. Il y a moyen de pouvoir arranger de l'autre côté.
Yes, I can see that she's experiencing some challenges. Can technicians please assist her, or IT please assist her?
Yeah, I'll give her a call, Chair, in the interim. If we fail, I'll proceed to take the question, but let me check quickly. I think she dropped off. Okay. Chair, she has indeed. She has internet problems, Chair.
Je crois que c'est bon.
She has indicated that she has dropped off because of the internet challenge, Chair. May I take on the action taken to assist, Chair?
Il n'y a pas de problème, c'est bon. Elle peut y aller.
Okay,
it's fine, SG. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. There was one resolution which was adopted by this committee relating to taking forward the scorecard for the model law on child marriage for adoption by the Plenary Assembly, which was duly adopted. As the Secretariat, we also noticed that it will become very tedious, if not impossible, for the members of Parliament to get into an exercise where they are monitoring various instruments emanating from the SADC-PF, whether be it through model laws or be through the resolutions of Plenary Assembly. We also noticed that it will be very impossible for this committee or members of Parliament to be looking at the various model laws that we have and monitor each clause and subclause, bearing in mind the differences in drafting styles at the regional level and national level. We therefore decided as the Secretariat that we will look at developing the scorecards for the child marriages, the election model law, and the Public Financial Model Law, and allow for this to ideally be looked at and sent to parliaments at the same time, so that we do not have a lot of bottlenecks in terms of monitoring and picking up the data. We also realize that we can tire parliaments if they are to send multiple communication to parliaments. And therefore, this committee has resolved, not this committee, the Secretariat resolved that to make sure that we prepare very well for the monitoring of these model laws, we must make sure that we take them out at the same time, distribute them to parliaments so that parliaments do not tire from this exercise. For that reason, Chair, we are still working around this exercise to ensure that we send at least 1 or 2, 3 scorecards that will be ready at the end of this year for parliaments to assist us in this regard. Chair, I believe that this is a system that will assist all of us to pay attention to the themes of all the resolutions that we've taken, particularly through model laws, to be able to look at what is it that we need to do best in terms of reporting back through this committee to the plenary assembly. I hope this clarifies the purpose why we are developing these scorecards, and similarly, it sheds light in terms of how we are going to be implementing these going forward. You will note in the agenda, Chair, that a mapping exercise is recommended for the Public Financial Management Model Law, even before we adopt the model law, simply because we want to be much more coordinated in the manner that we do our monitoring exercise. And we want to consolidate at least 3 exercises at the same time to allow parliaments to be efficient in the monitoring and assist us in gathering the data at the same time. I thank you, Chair. I hope that this assists the committee in appreciating that the resolution is being considered with the utmost diligence. Thank you, Chair.
Nous prenons cela en compte et nous vous remercions.
Okay, we take good note of that, SG. Thank you very much for that. After that updating exercise, we can go to item number 7, which is about the solidarity message from Dr. Kanyisite Litchfield Chabalala, former member of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and chairperson of the African Parliamentary Network on illicit financial flows and tax. Honorable members, we are now going to receive a solidarity message from Honorable Dr. Kanyisite Litchfield Chabalala.
Thank you.
You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I recognize the Secretary General and all honorable members present, all protocol observed. I am Dr. Kanyisite Litchfield Chabalala, as introduced. I chair a network of voluntary MPs called the Africa Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Tax. We started in 2015 as 5 countries, and we have grown into 36 countries presently. I am here to deliver a message of support. We abbreviate the network as UPNIFT. So I am here to deliver a message of support and solidarity with the work that you do, honorable members. In the civil society space, they talk about shrinking political spaces because they say that governments currently tend to be more and more authoritarian. I have coined my own, I call it shrinking legislature spaces. I think for people who have not been legislatures, they think that being an MP is a very classy job and a very easy one. At Uplift, we understand that being a legislature is a tough one because we are constantly being tossed between constitutional duty and keeping your job or putting the bread on the table. While that is an international phenomenon, Eastern European countries, especially those that emerged from communism, have been acclaimed to be to this regard of holding the executive accountable. So is South America. In Africa, we are cited as having failed in this phenomenon to hold our executives accountable. And obviously, when they write like this, they give us the impression that your model Western European legislatures have succeeded in holding their executives accountable. And I am here to say no, if we look at the havoc that has been wreaked by Western governments on the world. So I think conclusively on this aspect, I just want to say that being a legislature is a very tricky balance between keeping your job, but also keeping your party duties and your parliamentary duties afloat. So for this reason, we understand that the work that you do is important. And we know that when you start to really do your work committed to your constituencies and to our region and to our people, it can get very cold out there. Hence, with the work of Tax Justice Network Africa, a Black found and run NGO based in Kenya, we have formed UPNIFT, this voluntary network of serving MPs, which are MPs who are committed to tax justice in our lifetime, and we are fighting against illicit financial flows. Why have we singled out the two? Because it speaks to issues of fiscal discipline, accountability, transparency, and service delivery. I think which borders on all the model laws that you have developed, honorable members. It is the building blocks really of service delivery in the continent and in our region. So UPNIFT is here to say that we support the work that you do as legislatures at a personal level in your parliaments, but also as the Regional Oversight Committee on Model Laws. When regions are talked about or written about, ECOWAS is mostly acclaimed for having the ability to provide a standing defense force to interfere in regional conflicts. They don't wait for external help. They can mobilize their own. The East African community is heralded for having achieved regional integration above all of us. Obviously, they are smaller though than us. That underlying ink should be made. And about SADC, nothing is said. You know, they give the impression that in SADC we are doing nothing but sleeping. So I want to agree with the chair when he opened this meeting today, where he said that the model laws are the way to go. I think at UPNIFT, we are here to stay, continue with the model laws, for they are a great weapon in achieving our regional integration. We are a very vast region. You can see we have members from Tanzania, we have DRC, we have members within us who are even members of other regional bodies. So SADC is a very vast regional body. But the model laws for me are where they come in to ensure that we work at this regional integration at strategic level. So as the model laws are being passed, we are here as UPNIFT and also as Tax Justice Network Africa and its other CSO partners to say that when the mobilization has to happen on the ground and at government level, we are there to assist. So honorable members, continue shining. You make us proud as a region. The model laws, we hope that are going to increase. We know that you have about 4 or 5 at the moment, and they're all crucial, especially the ones on domestic violence, on child marriages, even the one that you have not adopted yet, that lobbying is still going on public financial management. Please continue and pass more model laws because they are a ticket to regional integration, to regional service delivery, but also they are a ticket to regional unity. If our laws are the same, then we shall slowly but surely start eating away at the colonial borders that divide us at the moment. So thank you, honorable members. We are proud of the work that you are doing. Continue. We know it is not an easy job, but it is doable. You are duly elected for a time as this in our region. We need your work. We need those model laws. May they continue coming and knock on our door. Count on us at Uplift when you need research, when you need information on your respective countries, when you need to just interact with legislatures like yourself across 36 countries. We even have a WhatsApp group where you can exchange and talk to an MP in North Africa, in East Africa, in Central Africa, and you say, I'm doing this. Has anyone ever done this? How has it worked in that country? So we are here as a network. If you need our contacts, the Secretary General has them, and also Madam Claire has them. Thank you so much for the opportunity and all the best for today's agenda. Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Chabalala. Now we go to item number 8. About mapping exercise to brainstorm on advocacy tools. Is repeating, we are on item 8, which is about mapping exercise to brainstorm on advocacy tools, and to give green light to the Secretariat for the development of a form evaluation. Honorable members need to note that these scorecards on children marriage and other model laws will be shared with members, especially also for administrative motives. It is now my honor to welcome our resource person for this item on. This is Rogers, Mr. Rogers Kedia, who is responsible for Justice Network Africa.
Chair.
Mr. Kedia.
Oui.
Yes, Honorable Chair, before Mr. Kidia comes in, just to give context, we are very much aware, like I said earlier, that the PFM model law is yet to be adopted. But as we take in this exercise by Mr. Rogers Kidia, honorable members, it will be important for us to listen with a view of trying to look at the needs that may arise after adoption. What gaps do we need to bridge from the drafting stage and the monitoring stage? So this mapping exercise is going to help us identify the main areas for monitoring, and in relation to which a scorecard can then be developed. So this mapping exercise will become the basis and foundation on which the scorecard for the public financial management will be prepared. Honorable members, we went through this exercise with the child marriage. Ideally, the scorecard will end up being your product and will contain questions which must be answered by either yes or no to facilitate data capturing by the forum. It also leads to further analysis by this committee so that they may be able to come up with informed conclusions about domestication in our countries. We therefore invited Mr. Rogers Kidia, who is a partner of the forum, to go through this exercise with you, which we have termed a mapping exercise, because it is important to identify and map the main areas for monitoring, on which the specific questions can be developed for the model law. We expect that these areas or themes will be drawn from the substantive parts of the model law in order to facilitate a flow in monitoring. So, honorable members, as we welcome Mr. Rogers Kidia, I wish to have this as a backdrop to how it will be important for you to engage in this mapping exercise as it takes you through to identify the themes, as it takes you through, for instance, to the existence of a budget system tabled in Parliament, the ability for members of Parliament to query the budget items, any other elements to be mapped, or even whether the debt ceiling can be monitored in Parliament. Some of these will be identified areas with regards to which questions on the scorecard can then be developed. I thank you, Chair, and I'd love to thank Mr. Rogers Kidia for taking up this opportunity to assist us as somebody in this area to map out, areas for us to consider for monitoring. Thank you, Chair.
Je vous en prie. Je vous en prie.
Thank you, SG, for those words.
Peut-on maintenant demander à...
My name is Roger Kidia.
Ah oui.
I'm a friend of African and difficult issues that
oui, c'est ça. Parce qu'on ne peut rien entendre.
Mr. Kidia, we cannot hear you. Mr. Kidia? We see you are speaking, but we cannot hear you.
Okay, that's 1 minute.
Madam Claire, can you hear Mr. Kidia? Or is it just?
No, it's very, very faint.
Okay.
I thought it was me with my problems. Network.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little better.
So you'll allow me, I'm sorry for that. I will try to elevate my voice and so that we can have the discussion. So I was saying that I work with Tax Justice Network Africa, and we are an African organization that supports government and government institutions on issues to do with tax justice. And the domestic research organization of the region, we promote tax systems or tax policies that are pure in nature. And our work and push is to ensure that Africa is self-dependent and all forms of leakages from our finances and our resources are dealt with. So today we are talking about something different but also connected. And I wanted to start by just taking us through a simple outline. I really thank you, Madam SG, for the direction and clarity, and also I thank you, Claire.
My apologies,
Yes.
Mr. Kidia.
Yes.
We are speaking very far. We
Okay.
can hear you, but you are not audible. I don't know we can be assisted with that. From your end, maybe move closer to your microphone.
Okay. Give me a second. If I can ask my colleague tonight just to say something for a minute as I sort out my audio. Yeah. Sorry for that.
Mr. Kidia, is Ms. Chennai coming?
C'est comme si nous avons encore des problèmes techniques.
Yes, I think we've got a technical problem.
Yes, Ms. Chennai.
Hi, sorry about that. We're just trying to sort out I think a few technical issues. Rogers, I can hear you. How can I assist from this end? Rogers, can you hear me? Okay. All right, so he's just trying to sort out, I think, a few technical issues from his end. But I think whilst he does that, what I can do is perhaps give you a little bit of a background to the work that we've been doing with members of parliament as an institution. So I think Rogers may have spoken to the fact that as Tax Justice Network Africa, we are a regional NGO whose primary role is to advocate for economic justice on the continent, primarily through tackling the issue of illicit financial flows, as well as championing tax justice issues. And so for us, we see this as a very core contribution to Africa's larger developmental objectives. So what we do in the work that we undertake at Tax Justice Network is engage with stakeholders of various types. So we engage with civil society organizations, we engage with members of parliament, such as yourselves. We also engage with policymakers. We see the need to engage with different actors in order to continue the work that we do on the continent. So specifically with regards to the work that we do with members of parliament, we have a network that we call the African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation. And so that's the acronym that you can see there. We call it APNIFT within our offices. And what it is a network of members of parliament from across the continent that have essentially come together across political lines, working from different backgrounds, specifically to champion issues of tax justice. So in a number of different countries across the continent, we have what are called national parliamentary caucuses. And these are groups of members of parliament, a minimum of about 15 members of parliament, that are essentially working together within their National Assembly to champion these causes. What we then do with these members of parliament is identify the issues that are of most relevant for them within their particular context that they want to champion, and then provide them with the different tools to do so. So either we engage directly with them in terms of capacity building, or link them with experts, and then essentially work alongside them and link them with various civil society actors in an effort to do so. At national level, we do this, but then at regional level, what we do is essentially bring all of these members of parliament together to allow for peer-to-peer learning, because one of the things we found is that members of parliament can learn a lot by seeing the different types of actions that their peers are doing in other countries. And so that's the model that we found to be particularly effective when doing our work with members of parliament. So I can see that my colleague Rogers is back, so I'm going to hand over to him to pick up the presentation from here. Rogers, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chennai. I hope now I'm clearer.
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. I apologize for that. So I will try and recover my time and say that our chair, Dr. Kajikile, has really discussed well on the issue of APNIC, and I don't want to belabor a lot about it, but it will be a joy. It will be a great joy for us to have all of you as part of the members and to continue to support the work. But generally, when you look at this image, in front of you, in terms of the spread of resources in the world, something that will strike you is that the regions, the SADC regions, are actually the richest regions in not just in Africa, but in the world. But there is a mismatch that, whereas this is the problem, where we have all this, the issue of poverty and the issue of leakages in our public resources is actually more rampant in the SADC region. So I think situating the problem like the committee has managed to do is excellent, and it shows the importance of these issues of representation, the oversight role that you have as members of parliament, the budgeting role and the lawmaking role, which we are so happy. And when discussing uplift, like our Madam Chair has done, it's important that we continually support each other, and there's many linkages that we can have together. So this has already been discussed, so I'll just go through it. But this particular part is where I wanted now to bring to our attention as we go to discussing the specific issues on the model law. So under uplift, we have this format whereby we have a leadership of a steering committee, and then we have members spread across the four main regional councils. And in all these regional councils, we have what is called the national caucuses of members of parliament who are passionate about issues to do with tax justice and domestic resource mobilization in our continent. And from the ESC country caucuses, we have around 5 countries. In the ECA country caucuses around Central Africa, we have 4. In the ECA region, we have 13. In SADC, we have 7 countries. That is, we have national caucuses in Zimbabwe, we have in Zambia, we have work being done towards that in South Africa. We have a caucus of up to 107 in DRC. We have a numbered caucus of 21 in Tanzania and Malawi of 17. So there's already work being done, and association of national level members of parliament, and we are trying to see how do we bring synergy together in this. The reason why this is very important, as we discuss even the scorecard and the way forward, is these national caucuses, as presented to us by the chair, is that they act as avenue through which members of parliament capacities are developed, because this matters both of finance and issues to do with tax are usually very complicated and technical, and the ability and the need for MPs to work together is crucial, and for their capacities to be built so that they can understand and engage in these issues constantly. Another benefit about this national level caucus is how they join up to the regional council, is that they provide engagement, local engagement and localization of regional issues. For instance, as we are discussing right now about the need for model laws, especially for our regions, it's very important also to localize, and the local discussions are usually perfect at a caucus level. We also have seen across Africa, because we have representation in 36 countries, as the chair has intimated, that these platforms have formed information exchange platforms, whereby you bring together civil society, you bring the academia, you bring the journalists together, so that there is no us against them kind of discussions when it comes to policy engagement. So with that, this is us. We have a national caucus in Malawi. These are the team. So the team from Malawi, DRC, Liberia, the EAC region that have done an exemplary job in a number of motions, especially issues to do with the same with the PFM that aligns with the PFM, issues to do with the investment protocol in the region. They've done a great job there. We were recently in South Sudan, and South Sudan, we have membership of around 67 local members of parliament. And these local members of parliament recently, as you understand, they were having this relationship with the north now, which is Sudan. And part of the problem that happened was for the last 10 years, from 2011, they were paying a reparation, an amount of money to the north, and that was amounting to $2 billion. And this period was ending this year. So they were getting all this money now to the country, and it was now incumbent on the members of parliament to come up with policies, including PFM issues to do with transparency and accountability and mining act. So there is a lot of work in terms of lawmaking that is happening in South Sudan, and we are providing support to our numbers. The same with Kenya. In relation to what we are discussing today, so there were issues to do with international partnership agreements between Kenya and the other bigger countries like UK and other bigger trading partners. And I know it is replicated across even in the SADC region. So there was need, we identified that there were problems to do with the ratification, the way these particular deals were being done between nationals or countries and the big trading partners. So there were issues with the protocol and the ratification processes that did not involve members of parliament. So through this process, Kenya has come up with a bill that now documents and ensures that members of parliament have a say when it comes to international partnership. The same with Ghana, we were there, and Ghana is doing an exemplary work also in the PFM work. So I don't want to go into the details of this because it's been discussed, but it will also be open to all of us to note that we've been working also with issues to do with issues to do with model laws in countries, and because of that, those experiences we want to share with us quickly and to find the best way to go forward. So after saying all this and looking at examples across Africa, I know if we had time, we would like to share even more of some of the specific changes and some of the changes, legal and legislative changes that we are seeing across Africa. But today, the focus is mainly on brainstorming on what is ahead of us, the PFM model law. When it comes to a scorecard that has been described, scorecards across the world are based on just 4 items. One is focus on the financials, focus on the internal business of what the way it is translated in terms of the people running the advocacy, how their processes or internal processes are arranged, and then the part of the learning and growth, the systems around learning and growth, and the customer. So the customer in our case now is the people, or the people who are going to benefit. So I'm not going to go into the details of a scorecard today, but I wanted to simplify so that it can invite all of us for a discussion to simplify this and bring it home to what will really now, as the SG said, will form the basis of the development of the scorecard. So I'd like just to talk about the problem that the particular model law has identified, the goal that has been identified in the model law and the specific target that when you talk about both the targets of partnerships to make it workable but for these particular bills to be passed. We also talk about the messaging part. How do we bring the messaging to the relevant people? And finally, we are going to talk about the advocacy tools. And these advocacy tools are both for monitoring, are also both for post passing of the specific bill. So work with me, members of parliament, honorable members. We are going to have just a simple discussion in the next 20 minutes. So these are the problems that have been identified under the PFM model law, and I'm sure a number of us have had the opportunity of going through it. And just to commend the Secretariat and the team for doing an exemplary job on this. One of the first thing that comes up is the narrow ambit of reports under scrutiny of Public Accounts Committee. So you see the Public Accounts Committee, they don't have access to relevant data when it comes to oversighting the government. There's also a cross-cutting problem across the SADC region, that there is lack of enforcement powers of the Public Accounts Committee. So once they identify the issues, either in the budgets or they identify issues in terms of the management of resources by the executive, they don't have the enforcement power. And these are some of the problems that are cutting in the regions. Another problem that has been identified, which is very critical, and I need to say this also, it's replicated in the other regional councils, is that there is lack of performance-based budget with clear key performance indicators. So you'll find a lot of the budget that is presented in Parliament is based on line budgeting. This line budgeting does not have key performance indicators. They just say, we want to do this and this and this by this time and this time. And it is a problem now that usually brings the issue of a supplementary budget that we see like the norm right now across Africa. And the problem usually starts with lack of a performance-based budgeting process. Another issue that is predominant in the SADC region is the disconnect between international commitments and budgeting and budgeting processes. So you'd find countries have either ratified certain international protocols that speak to issues of transparency or speak to issues on processes, especially in performance management. But whenever this is done, you won't see the same replicated in the local work or the local processes in the management of our budget. So this is another problem that we see. There's also misuse of supplementary budgets, which I've identified earlier. So these supplementary budgets are now actually becoming a problem because in some countries, and I don't want to mention them here, but I think members will know, in some countries, you'd find that because there's no regulatory limits to the supplementary budgets, you find sometimes even the supplementary budget overshot or are close to the initial original budget. So this is a big problem that needs to be sorted. And also, there is no limit in terms of quantum of public contracts entered into by the executive. This is the same issues that I think our friends from the ECOWAS region have tried to address, and I think as we go forward, we'll share some experiences also from that area. So once we know the problem, the law itself, as you've identified, I think majority of us again have read through, has identified that the general goal of this exercise is the domestication and implementation of various model laws that we are talking about, whether in part or all of them altogether. So as we even engage in this discussion, let's put this at the top of our head. So the target. Whenever we talk about advocacy, especially when it comes to legislative advocacy, they need to segregate and to know exactly who do you target when you start the practice or when you have a model law, which generally is not developed at the national level. So there is need for you to start by looking at who are the targets and how do we achieve this principal goal of domestication. So I would like to help us just to, we go forward to identify some of the key targets, and there are only two at the national level. So the primary targets, these are the decision makers, the people who hold the sway of if and when this particular legislative document can be adopted. So they have the last say on the advocacy matter. And then we have the secondary targets, which are generally the influencers. And under here, we have three types of influencers. And I'd like to ask the members to take note of this. The first one are called the intervening targets. So these particular targets are the gatekeepers to the decision makers. So whenever you introduce a model law or there's a discussion in country about a model law, there are people or there are particular organizations or government departments that form the gatekeeping to the decision makers. And I'll talk about it as we go forward. And then we have the moderating targets. So these are either organizations or people who have the ability to amplify the message that you have. And they can change the relationship between us as the advocates or us as the developers or the pushers or the advocates of a particular model laws between our relationship and the decision. So we have four of this, and this is the civil society organization, especially those who deal with finance and economic justice issues. We have the media, and under media, these are journalists or particular media stations that focuses especially on finance and economic justice issues. And then we have the academia that generally look at issues to do with business and development. There's also the general public. So the general public serve as moderating targets because whenever there's a problem, either there's a blockage, the decision makers, or most of the time the intervening targets, the gatekeepers, when they block, for instance, the adoption or the quick passing of this particular model laws, there's a strategy of going to the general public, and the general public usually now bring something like a groundswell. They bring a acceptability and a push, and nowadays through digital media. And then finally, there is the last type of target that in our scorecard we need to identify, and these are called confounding targets. So while we are here talking about the future of our countries, we are so passionate about our transparency, we are passionate about accountability and the need for oversight and strengthening our national parliament. There are people who are currently benefiting from the status quo, and majority of these people will automatically shift into opposers of this model law. So they generally feed the gatekeepers with opposing messages. So when you push and say, this is the rationale for us adopting this particular law, they will always be confounding, quote unquote, or feeding the decision makers with alternative information. So this one will be filled at some point, just knowing the different types of targets is their decision makers. For instance, in our case, the people who can push are the Ministry of Finance, are the Speaker of the National Assembly or Senate, depending on on who handles matters to do with the different types of parliamentary system, who handles money bills, because the PFM is a money bill. And then we have, for intervening in a particular case, the gatekeepers. Most of the time, you'd find either particular ministries, or not even ministries, departments that deal on the matter, or you'd find their departments or certain institutions like the central bank that are important, that they have the ear of the decision makers. So I don't want to go into this. I think this will be a practicum. This will be a discussion that will be happening later. Then we go to the second last item. This is the message. So there is a very compelling message that has been developed. That has been developed very ably by the team, and the messaging design needs to be contextual and talk to three issues. One, when it comes to now domestication, it has to talk to the heart. I've seen a very good issue that talks about, for example, how it is affecting the leakages, how it's affecting people in the specific countries. We need to humanize, and part of the messaging has to talk to the heart. And this heart, you would see how, for example, members of parliament will be the biggest receptionist of messages that talk to the heart, and also the other civil society organizations. They would really like to hear about this. Then there's the mind. These are facts and figures on the policy problem. And I also want to credit the team for coming up with facts and figures. But I think we need to do more. And this is now brings to the context now the issue of forming coalitions at the local level, whereby we develop local-based facts and figures that now will quickly propel the discussion and the formation of the domesticated law. And then the pocket. This is the financial and economic relevance of the policy act that we have. So you'd find mostly ministries of finance who should be the principal holders of this particular document are usually more concerned on what is the relevance in terms of the bottom line for the country and also the government in play, because it has a political aspect to it. As part also of the scorecard, there is very important need of determining which particular tool or medium will be important when it comes to making the domestication a reality. And this is connected to what we just discussed about the message. And I say this to say this, that the tools follow the target and the messaging design. So when we come to the section of developing the advocacy tools, the advocacy tools have to have a direct linkage. So it starts from the target and it moves to the particular design that we've talked about, the heart, mind, and pocket, and it now speaks on the delivery of the same. For instance, we have fact sheets and infographics. With the document that we have, this particular document, we have to make it into fact sheets and infographics to maybe one-page document that can be used by either the intervening or the gatekeepers or people who want to understand you within 5 minutes. There's also the policy briefs, which are so important. Policy briefs and whatever we have as a preamble in the document serves as a policy brief. We have research reports. So these research reports can either be existing research reports that has informed the development of the document, or can be started or can be influenced again through a coalition that we are talking about. And these are all talk right now about photo stories and use of the digital media. And this one will be discussed, I think, as part of the truth going forward. This practicum also now talks about the target message and the advocacy tools and how they are related. So I want to end this initial discussion by now combining all this that I've discussed into now the relevance and how we can look at it from the PFM model law that we have. So the first item is about in-country stakeholder mapping. So as part of the targeting, I wanted to say that these form the most important players in pushing or having the realization of the PFM law. One is the Ministry of Finance, because they are the eventual implementers and they are the holders of the role of coming up with the policy. Because in the drafting process, policies usually precede laws. So the discussion about researches and policy briefs have to be shared intimately with the Ministry of Finance. These ministries of finance, once they align their policies, then coming up or supporting such PFM laws will be very easy for them. So it always starts with a policy brief or a policy change within the executive, and the people in charge of that is the Ministry of Finance. And secondly, we have on the legislative side, we have two particular committees on this particular matter that are aligned. One is the Public Accounts Committee, and they take various forms across our different parliamentary systems. But any committee that looks or reviews spending, either fiscal or monetary policies of a government, then that is the Public Accounts Committee. And these Public Accounts Committee are extremely important as a landing, because they form as your initial alliances or your friends. So the first point of arrival or how you land is the Public Accounts Committee, and having them to buy into this. And also the second committee is the Finance and Budgeting, because it is affected, they are also affected by the changes of the PFM. Another extremely important office that comes with the weight of both administrative support and also political support is the office of the National Speaker, the National Assembly Speaker. This is because the PFM has been developed as we've seen today. The vision is trying to strengthen the National Assembly or the assemblies or the parliament. So it is of the interest of the speaker to have more roles or more powers given to parliament. So the first person or the people that will give you political support is the office of the speaker. As I conclude, CSOs means civil society organization. So civil society organizations are very important for two reasons. One is that there is a chance at either the process when you engage with the confounding targets, the people who fight the process or the people like the status quo, you need people who can voice, who can advocate, who can go to the media, who can support your work or say things that you cannot say. And the civil society also bring perspective. They have understanding of the nitty-gritties, and most of them also have done researches on the matter. So they will bring in support, and they need to be included and need to form part of scorecard. The academia are very important, especially those in the business schools, because they bring critical review and they can be part of the reviewers of the model law and ensuring that the initial document that is domesticated is proof as a proof worthiness. And lastly, the journalists. You are politicians and you know that whoever controls your thinking controls your reality. And in Africa and across the world, the people who control our thinking and our thought processes are the media. So the journalists play a big role in terms of creating an acceptability environment for changes. And the message, we've said it needs to be curated very well at different stakeholder levels. So for instance, Ministry of Finance is more interested in the pocket discussion and the bottom line, the numbers, whereas the members of parliament will appreciate both the discussion around the pocket and the heart messaging. So they would like to see how does it affect their constituents, the people from their region? How does it speak to them? So when we talk about that issue, then it's connected. And this is what I was saying in terms of the advocacy tools. How, for instance, the Minister of Finance would want fact sheet, infograph, policy brief, and research report. MPs will want that also, but they will appreciate even more if you have video stories and photo stories that touch the heart, that humanize the issues that are being raised. And the civil society, academia, and journalists will also need all these researches and documents, but in addition, they want to feel they are part of the team, and they want to be given information as much as possible. And that is just how we can format our advocacy tools to speak to different particular targets, and also to speak to different goals that we want. And finally, in terms of the entry strategies, the first thing that we need to do is to incorporate both the legislature and executive. And the document that we have really puts this into action, and it says that the initial discussions have to include things like either through the forum here or through our focal persons at the national level to have courtesy calls to these important offices, and to ensure that there is a stakeholder consultative meeting. The reason why this is important, before now going for a proper launch and going to the media, it's important to form a coalition first, so that when it gets to a point of pushing, it's very easy for everybody. And the document also proposes, which we support, formation of subcommittees, especially in this portfolio committees, for example, in the Public Accounts Committee and Finance and Budgeting Committee. If through the Speaker, there can be a formation of these subcommittees, that would be brilliant. But we also know that these particular discussions are cross-cutting, and you'll find sometimes that you have, for example, a department on national resource governance. You'd have another department that speaks about even environmental economy in different parliaments. You have so many types of committees, and that one now talks to the issue of why we must consider parliamentary caucuses. And we've brought forward the issue of alliances with parliamentary caucuses, because these parliamentary caucuses, they draw members of parliament or sitting members of parliament from different committees, but they are connected with one passion, the passion for accountability, oversight, or transparency. These caucuses are very important when it comes to political pushing, and you are members of parliament. I know you understand this. Finally, the staying strategy. So we've talked about the entry and the staying, and the ST talked about this. There is a particular term that at the end of the day, you'd find maybe we plan to have a domestication within 3 months or 1 year, and then it drags to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So the question is, how do we maintain the momentum and ensure that the groundswell is not low? So the issue is building local champions, both as part of the forum and also national people who speak about transparency, and then feeding them into that. And then the most critical part is investing and promoting research, and our scorecard should capture this. So in conclusion, honorable members, I want to say that as we push for these changes and the domestication, that legislative advocacy that we have based on model bill, they suffer from the challenge of local ownership at the national level. So we must be very alive to this, that if it is not handled well, confounding the people who are against such domestication, they have a very easy line to view. They say this one is being pushed down our throat. So handling that process is very critical. Inclusion and surrendering lead on the advocacy effort to local partners is therefore critical in the success of the project. I know ownership is very important, but we can have primary and secondary ownership, that we feed the primary ownership to local partners that we develop, and then we push from the secondary level. And then finally, any form of legislative advocacy or any form of advocacy for that matter, is always preceded by two things. One is education, and two, demonstration of whatever is being proposed. So as we look forward to even planning even better, we need to look at how, as part of our entry strategy, how do we promote education? How do we ensure that we are not just pushing and having changes in the laws, but in the process we educate our people so that they can embrace. And then finally, how do we demonstrate that what we are pushing is workable? So a form of demonstration is important. So thank you so much. That is my presentation, and back to you, SG. Thank you so much for the time, and we are here and willing to support the discussion. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Kidia.
Merci beaucoup. Je me rends compte que nous devons.
Thank you very much. I think that we need to have a break, coffee break for 10 minutes. We were supposed to have it already. I didn't want to interrupt the presenter. Please, let's take a coffee break for 15 minutes. In Kinshasa, the time is 11:15. Which means 12:15 in Johannesburg. Let's take a tea break for about 20 minutes. Thank you. See you in 15 or 20 minutes. The meeting is suspended.
is the meeting over?
We're having a tea break, Mr. Malone. Omari Machunda, kindly mute.
After the presentation of Mr. Kutia, honorable members, the plenary is open for deliberations and contributions and debates. So we are now encouraging you to contribute and to have some deliberations. You have the floor. Madam Secretary, is it possible to share the screen on the presentation so that honorable members can have it again with them, please?
Honorable Chair, Mr. Kidia could share the presenter.
Okay, that's good. Yes, he can share.
Okay.
You are requested to share the presentation again, please. Yes, Madam Secretary General, Mr. Kutia can share his table, please. Can share the screen.
Technique. On va attendre.
We are waiting for Mr. Kidia to share his presentation again, to share.
Perhaps our ICT can help. Ronald, if you are able to share it.
Are you asking for me to share the presentation?
Yes, Mr. Kidia, if you can, please share.
There we go.
See.
I don't know.
Honorable Chair, the presentation is on the screen now. You may proceed, Chair.
Oui, je donne la parole.
Yes, I give the floor to. I would like to allow deliberations, free deliberations on the presentation, please. So we are free to debate with the presenter from the point that he has presented. I've seen the end of Honorable Ndebele. Please, you have the floor. Honorable Ndebele, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to thank Mr. Kidia for that brilliant presentation. I just have two questions for him, Honorable Chair. Mr. Kidia, what do you make of the Office of the Auditor General in light of the in-country stakeholder mapping? Now, the number of our constitutions in the region establish this office as independent from the executive or parliament. In fact, our constitution in section 311 says this office is only subject only to the law. And I must add that at the domestic level, our Auditor General is a fantastic job. So what do you make of that office? Noticed it's missing on that role of players that you put up there for us. Then secondly, you suggested at some point the establishment of a parliamentary focus, a parliamentary caucus. My quick question would be, would this not be a duplication of all of the Public Accounts Committee, given that members of this specific committee are already local champions? I would like to thank you.
Thank you for that. Maybe with the direction.
Merci beaucoup pour cela. Peut-être à travers, en fait, avec l'autorisation du président, est-ce que nous prenons les questions une à une et que je réponde, ou est-ce qu'il faut attendre d'abord les écrire? I would prefer that the questions can be answered immediately. That means that once the question is asked, then Mr. Kidia can intervene and answer, instead of having so many questions. And then, so I believe it's better after a question has been posed that Mr. Kidia can reply, please. You have the floor, Mr. Kidia, please.
Thank you. I was having trouble with interpretation first, so I didn't get the first question from the honorable member, but I had the question on the parliamentary caucus.
Do you want to repeat? Do you want the honorable member to repeat the question?
If you can repeat.
Honorable Ndebele, est-ce que c'est possible de reprendre la question pour que...
Honorable Ndebele, is it possible to repeat the question so that Honorable Kidia can be able to listen and to answer accordingly, please?
Yes, at your service with pleasure, Honorable Chair. My question to Mr. Kidia is, what does he make of the office of the Auditor General's office in light of in-country stakeholder thing? I noticed that the office of the Auditor General is missing from his role of potential players. And this, in a number of our supreme laws in the region, is an office that is established as an independent office. Our section 311 in Zimbabwe specifically says the office of the Auditor General is subject only to the law. So I just wanted Mr. Kidia to possibly locate or map out the role of the Auditor General in that in-country stakeholder map, because in our case as a country, Zimbabwe, our Auditor General done a fantastic job in terms of tracking the number. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Ndebele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndebele. Mr. Kidia, can you please reply? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I actually listed a number of stakeholders that are important, and one of them is actually the Auditor General's office. If we were to map them specifically in terms of the categories that you are discussing, then we will have the particular auditor, the office of the Auditor General, falling under the moderating targets. These are targets of people who are easily your alliance or easily your partners. So if you go with the message, it's very easy to get their support. So again, thank you, Honorable Ndembele, for bringing that up. I think these independent offices are very also important in terms of formation of the initial alliances, and that is wonderful because they can contribute also in the review of the document. Secondly, on the parliamentary caucus, I mentioned this in passing for a number of reasons. The issue of duplication, is alive and kicking. I understand, and I appreciate that there is a chance of duplication, especially because we are talking about the same members of parliament. But this is the value add of a caucus, and we are inviting. We don't want another caucus, for instance, formed if there's a possibility in countries that we have UPNIFT, for instance, or similar platforms, if members can be encouraged to join. The difference between a committee and a caucus is that a committee is based on business, and the calendar is controlled by the business of that particular committee. But a caucus, the membership is voluntary, and majority of time is based on passion. So you can say that the caucus the work is just for political pushing. In case there is a roadblock that we see in many of our, unfortunately, of our countries, whereby the executive usually domineer or twist committees, then you have another platform whereby you can engage on the matter. And then what the caucus also gives you is that it is open for civil society organization, open for academia. So it's like it is a forum of like-minded people that a member of parliament who is interested on the matter can get more information. He can form alliances with different people within the country and outside the country to learn and expand their knowledge on the specific issues. So that's why I would say there's a place for both of them, whereby the subcommittees are important in terms of just the administrative structure. But when it comes now to political pushing, in case there's either twisting from the executive, then the caucus is very important. So in my world, both of them coexist together. Thank you, Chair. Back to you, Chair.
Je vous en prie. Une autre question, si...
Thank you. Do we have any question, please? Any other question?
Une autre question, s'il vous plaît?
Any other question, please? You are welcome to raise your hand if you've got a question that you need to ask to Mr. Kidia, please.
We don't have any hands at the moment on the screen.
Maybe if through the chair, chair, I can raise a question to the members.
Allez-y, s'il vous plaît, monsieur. Honorable.
Okay, you can go ahead, please.
I would like to understand from the perspective of the members of parliament so far, if at their individual level they feel they have the capacity, and generally what are some of the challenges from their end they face in terms of connecting with their national parliament?
Qui devait répondre à cette question?
Okay, thank you for the question. Anybody has a reply to that? Anybody to respond to the question raised by Mr. Kidia?
Dans la secrétaire générale, qui devait répondre à cette question?
Honorable Chair, we have a hand from Dr. Chabalala.
Oui, Dr. Chabalala.
Dr. Chabalala, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I can't put my video on. I have load shedding, so my internet is weak. I just wanted to add to what my comrade, Mr. Kidia explained in terms of the difference between a national caucus and a committee. The national caucus primarily,
gender links South Africa.
the green line is that it is voluntary.
Please
So
help us to
try and see
mute
where I can
Honorable Sparrow.
guide you.
Sorry, Honorable Chabalala.
No, gender
ICT,
links.
please help us to mute Honorable
Gender links,
Sparrow.
yes.
We can hear her.
But we were working on the recommendation. We had a meeting on Tuesday.
ICT. Thank you. Honorable Chabalala, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. I was saying, I'm sorry I can't put my mic on. I have load shedding, so my internet is unstable. And I just wanted to add to what my comrade, Mr. Kidia, explained as the fundamental difference between a committee and a national caucus. I think the underlying or red print in the national caucus is that it is members who go there voluntarily, not seconded by their party, not seconded by parliament. So our national caucuses, which is what informs our work in UPNIFT, is that these MPs come voluntarily on their own, because we are mindful of the fact that legislatures are very much nulled or mummed by their parties sometimes, or party decorum or parliamentary decorum in what they can say or not say, which is why there is this partnership with civil society, so that our activities are funded sometimes, if it's possible. So for me, that's the fundamental difference. We are all there on a voluntary basis, irrespective of party politics, and you all want to achieve for your region, your constituencies, and for this continent.
Merci.
Thank you very much for that comment. Thank you. Do we have any preoccupation, any additional comment? Or the reply to, do we have any answer to the question raised by Mr. Kidia, or any other comment, please? Or can we move to the next point? Can we move to the next point, please?
We don't have any further indications, Chair.
D'accord. Je passe au point suivant.
Okay. Then I move to the next point. We're going to the presentation on the point of the protection of children who are married, and the protection of that elimination of child marriage. So I've got the honor to invite Dr. Shena Crawford on behalf of UNFPA and Equality Now to make a presentation on the scoping assessment of the SADC model law on elimination of child marriage and protection of children already in marriage and its implementation in East and Southern Africa. So I then invite Dr. Crawford to take the floor. Thank you. Thank you very. I hope I did not pronounce badly your name. Sorry.
Thank you very much. You pronounced it very well indeed. Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde. Bon dia a todos. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity today to share with you some of the work that we've been doing. I am a consultant to Equality Now, and Equality Now has been commissioned by UNFPA to carry out this scoping study. I am now going to attempt to share my screen so that you will be able to see the presentation, I hope.
Ça serait une bonne chose. Merci pour ça.
So where
That's fine. Thank you for that.
Should be. And I will attempt there. Now, is everybody able to see that screen? I hope.
We can see it, Dr. Crawford.
Yes, you are.
Thank
you
you.
can also
Thank
enlarge
you.
your lens.
Thank
Kindly
you.
enlarge.
So the report on phase one of the scoping on the model law on child marriage has been submitted already. And I invite you to consider this presentation along with at least the executive summary from that report. I understand that the executive summary will be available very soon, I hope, in French and in Portuguese, as well as in English. I should add just at this point that I have recently recovered. Hello? Is there a problem? No. I have recently.
He's reacting to what you are saying. He's saying thank you. That's for that. That's good.
Oh, good, Brian. I have recently recovered from the dreaded COVID and complications afterwards. So please forgive me if I cough. I will try to mute myself as quickly as possible and then to recover immediately. Okay, so some of you will be very familiar with this scoping assessment that we've been carrying out, and some of you won't be. So let me give you some indication of the purpose of the study. And the purpose is, of course, to document the adaptation and domestication of the SADC law at country levels, and to investigate the roles of government, CSOs, UN agencies, and all other stakeholders who are important in this process. So that means we've also been looking at mapping the legislation within each of the countries and the policies that exist, and looking at how the model law has influenced, changed, or identified gaps and helped us to understand what gaps still remain. We've looked at opportunities for South-to-South sharing and how that is being strengthened or not by the model law and the efforts of the SADC-PF. And we've examined how the SADC model law can strengthen at a regional and country level law and policy aimed at ending child marriage. And then our aim has been to provide recommendations and to continue to provide recommendations to further strengthen the adaptation of the law. And I should say at this point once again that what I'm doing in this presentation is giving you a very brief overview of the first phase, which is completed, and introducing to you the concepts for the second phase with the hope that you will either now or at a slightly later stage be able to input and give us your assistance and your opinions on how this work will be taken forwards. I also apologize that it is me giving this presentation. We were given this opportunity at a rather sudden moment in this week, and so would be unfair to give the responsibility to someone who is already amongst you to make the presentation, and I apologize that I'm doing it from the northwest of Scotland rather than somewhere in the region, but I hope you'll forgive me for that. Okay, so what did we do? Well, basically three things: a literature and web source review. We held consultations by Zoom, by telephone, with selected stakeholders. And we did a lot of work also through internal team discussions and workshops, which helped us to identify findings. And what we were looking for particularly is the way that the legal environment is developing, the extent of engagement and involvement in the region with the issues of ending child marriage. And we were also looking to understand the impacts, the successes and the challenges of targeted model interventions. Why these three things? Because generally we know that we need change in all those areas if we are to see social change, which will promote a positive change in ending harmful traditional practices. So briefly, what did we find out? What were the challenges that we saw that are occurring for countries, and what were our conclusions? Now, it's very important that I'm not here to tell you what you've all been doing within your countries, because you know that. Of course, we included information on that within the report, but I'm here to give you an overview today. So what were we looking at? Well, we looked at the process of change. How has change been happening since introduction of the model law? And in that, of course, we have discovered, hooray, that the role played by the PFs is absolutely crucial. But we've also discovered that on the process side of things, there is very little documentation, and certainly the documentation that does exist is not very accessible. So we're afraid that lessons may be being lost. And I'll come back to this later, as it is part of our recommendations to do something about this. We also looked, of course, to identify what are the foci of change, what kind of areas are the ones where people are concentrating on making change happen. And of course, setting 18 as the minimum age for marriage is fundamental to this. And we've taken a shorthand for it, which brings it in line with ending other practices, harmful practices, and we are calling it zero tolerance on child marriage. We are looking at the way that harmonization is being achieved across the different countries between the constitution and the different laws and policies dealing with child marriage, and also between different types of law. You know better than me, to do with things like law. There is state law, tribal law, customary law, people believe also religious law, all those types of law. So we're looking at the way that these things are being brought into harmony with the general state requirements. And we're also looking at the way that there has been promotion of engagement across the government, so that we're looking at different stakeholders and different sectors involved in working for positive law change. We then also saw that the focus on programming for ending child marriage, we've looked and we've seen that governments are working effectively with different kinds of organizations. We've seen that your national and organizational plans are well supported by the guidance provided alongside the model law on child marriage. We've seen that there are measurable, definite changes that are already happening, both in terms of the law itself and in people's practice in relation to the law, though I add a quick caveat here that we still have a very long way to go. And we've seen that there is an increasing focus on working to change hearts and minds. So not just products on paper, not just law or policy, but to really work to bring together the changes in law with changes in attitudes and behaviours that will lead finally to an end to child marriage. Nevertheless, we see that there are gaps in current programming. So we notice that there is room to make better use of the law. There are many gaps in understanding on how to implement the law with justice. And this is a very long discussion and a very interesting discussion, very important, and one that deserves a lot of time to itself. We've also seen, though, and this is crucial, that the evidence base is patchy. It seems strange to believe, but sometimes projects and programs are implemented without even a basic understanding of what's actually happening within child marriage in any area. For instance, I have seen programs in operation, projects in operation, where when we ask, well, who marries who, which people are marrying which children from which areas, then there isn't an answer because people don't actually know. They haven't looked at those issues before starting their projects. And this is something that can be fairly easily fixed, but it is something that is a difficult basis on which to work to end child marriage. We've also seen that there are some, and you'll all be familiar with this, those of you who have any experience of working with organizations such as those, the UN organizations, that we can miss opportunities, and often we do, for getting the most out of small-scale interventions and projects. So we may have lots of really good work going on, say, done by NGOs and at local levels, but it gets stuck there. We don't have ways to make sure that the lessons that we learn from one project infiltrate into our wider thinking and are used more generally. Equally, that means that, and there are many, many problems around this, economic, social, political, etc. We don't have ways as yet to bring successful models of ending child marriage to scale. So we might know that things work at local levels, but we don't see the opportunities to bring them to scale at the national or indeed regional levels. And of course, we notice that there is still a lot of work to be done to ensure that legal and community approaches are making are working together to make full use of the law. So what's positive? What's happened with the introduction of the law? Well, we have, and this is so important, we have a common agenda on child marriage, and we have a load of commitment towards it. We have the review of existing law, we have changed law. We have strong and widely respected leadership in the PF, and we are seeing an increasingly more holistic approach towards ending child marriage. There is greater networking. We do see that the whole efforts to implement the law have led to greater sharing of information and also greater opportunities for SADC-PFs to support each other and to push the issues forward in their countries. There is increased and improved reporting, though not enough. And the national commitments made have had an influence, a huge influence on the way that programming is done to end child marriage. But there remain many challenges and opportunities to move the things further. Here, underlined at the beginning, I'm a monitoring and evaluation technical person a lot of the time. So my emphasis is nearly always on, have we documented the evidence properly? Do we have the monitoring, evaluation, and learning strategies to make the most of what we are doing? And the answer is not yet. We also know that the COVID pandemic, of course, has had a serious detrimental effect. And then we get down to the more sort of technical issues in a way. So we see that in some places and some areas, there is confusion between the age of marriage and the age of consent to sex. sexual activity. And this again is a wide debate. Everywhere, whether we like it or not, there is always the threat of distortion of what's going on and corruption at all levels of authority. I'm not saying it's always there, but there is always the possibility and the threat. Funding constraints. I probably don't need to say a word further about that. You all know about that. We see that political engagement of champions is crucial. And I would add to that that sadly, those champions may be lost when there is political change, and also when some people get burnout fighting for so many years to get the funding and the interest of those around them. We know that social problems, poverty, and disasters are key drivers to child marriage, as they are for other harmful practices. And this means that, particularly perhaps at the moment, we are really in an uphill struggle. And that there is still, and in some ways renewed, community resistance to ending child marriage. And that we have to deal with the fact that everybody wants best for their girls. It's not that anybody's doing it because they're not good parents. Again, I come back to the fact that we have little documented evidence, and also we don't always know what's going on before we start programming. And so we need to build this understanding of the political economy, and we need to embed legal approaches better within the overall approach. So if you were to read the report, you would see much more development of that. But I know that time is short and lunch approaches. So let me move on to the concepts for what we still need to do in the second part of the study. We will need a setup phase, and this is part of it, by holding consultations with SADC-PF and also with other stakeholders, other members of government who are interested in inputting into what we do in the next phase. We need to make sure we've identified all the priority gaps, and we need to, and this is important and where we need all your inputs, to select the countries to be part of in-depth case study analyses. And of course, we will need to recruit the people to do the phase 2 scoping. But then the phase 2 will be based on recommendations from phase 1. And basically, these recommendations were divided into these different areas that you see before you in this slide. All of them contribute towards improving monitoring, evaluation, learning, and improving implementation for ending child marriage. And you'll see that right at the top, we've put mechanisms for knowledge sharing and use. We feel that building up this MEL package and that making sure that what we're learning is usable in country, across the region, and ultimately more widely, because this law is not only a model law for the Southern African region, but is very important, as you all know, in promoting an end to child marriage globally. There are so many lessons to be learned. So we need to do that. We have recommendations around challenges to adoption and use of the law. We don't fully understand, because we don't have the documentation of process completely yet. We don't fully understand how people have dealt with challenges to change that they have come across, and how they have managed to negotiate a path that leads them to change in the law and implementation of the law with justice. So that relates to the next bit as well, which is how to integrate law into the overall ending child marriage approach.
Looking at the time, I didn't see how quick it's going. Yes.
Sorry, madam, how much would you like me to speed along?
No.
No? Okay. We also need to close the divide between the legal, social, and community approaches, which means that we will need to further strengthen multi-sectoral approaches to make sure that we're getting the best coordination and the best benefit out of working together across government and across organisations to end child marriage. And then we also need to look to explore the role of social movement in increasing the use of the new law. This is vital and it's being recognised more and more by governments and by organisations that the women's movement, youth movement is going to be absolutely critical in making sure that we are working as efficiently as possible and as effectively as possible to end child marriage. And we need to ensure that we are looking at scale up and scale out. Remember, I said that we've got lots of little approaches that sometimes just get stuck at a community level, but don't get fully, their influence is not fully used. We need to make sure that all our work for scale up and scale out is fully gendered and has totally ethical approaches. And this in some ways sounds obvious, but it hasn't been happening to date. So for phase 2, we want to take a balanced approach. We want to fill the major gaps in priority countries. So when we tried to work across all the countries in phase 1, we found that we got excellent responses from most everybody, but some places we didn't get any response at all. And we are sure that there are lots of different and very important reasons why that was. I don't think it's because there were any countries, we wouldn't say it was because there were any countries who weren't interested. Sure, they were, but remember, there was and is COVID, there were and are economic considerations. So we must be sure, given that resources are always finite, that we put our efforts where we will be sure to get the most, to get response and to get the most learning. On the other hand, we've got to keep an overview of all the countries in the SADC region because it would be wrong to exclude anybody. But we will focus on case study countries, and I'm coming back to that, which have yet to be decided. You know, these are your decisions. And we need to identify further from we have within the main report for phase 1 quite developed set of priority questions, but these need to be further developed with the SADC-PF and other stakeholders. So what does that look like? Well, it kind of means, now, this is a bit boring as a diagram, but this diagram takes the same recommendations as were here, and it just divides them up differently. So you have both, on the green side, you have a more national starting point, if you like. And at that, we're looking to the challenges to adoption of law, how to integrate law into overall approaches, how to close the divide between legal, social, and community approaches, further strengthening the MSAs, and half of our gendered and ethical scale up and out. On the red side, the orange side, we're looking at a more regional starting point, where this involves our focus on the ethical scale up and scale out, and our focus on how is social movement assisting us. However, over and above both of those and bringing them all together is our knowledge that fundamental to making this work, fundamental to really getting nearer to the end of child marriage, is our ability to build up mechanisms, both at national, but most importantly at regional levels, for knowledge sharing and for lesson learning, which will contribute to our greater, to use an old phrase perhaps, value for money of everything that we're doing, but also our ability to bring as many people as possible on board. So there is a question here, and it's one we're exploring at the moment. It would be possible to start with the green side in our phase 2 deliberations and move at a later stage to the orange side, the red side. It wouldn't be ideal because, as we've said, the need to build up regional learning and to keep this dynamic between national and regional is vital. The ideal thing to do would be to start both of these areas of inquiry in tandem and to make sure that we are using the green side to inform the orange side. We are remembering what we need to know in terms of the greater mechanisms and for knowledge sharing and how we can use that to the benefit of all governments by bringing that in to, if you like, be an umbrella over the green side. So, all right, here's the next bit of this, which is choosing the case study countries. We can't do all countries in the SADC region in the same depth. So we need to set a set of criteria which will help us to define countries and show us the most potential for learning. And indeed, we've begun to do this in the phase 1 report. And I hope you will get this presentation afterwards. We've included here a distilled version of a dashboard that we made in phase 1, which gives you an idea of the kind of characteristics and potential for learning that we're identifying from each of the countries. We have to choose these countries, you have to choose these countries based on SADC wants and needs. And we need a cross-section of countries, don't we? We need those that have done a lot already in terms of implementation of the model law, those who've done less, those who've experienced lots of opportunities, those who've experienced barriers, different kinds of location, different sizes of countries, etc. So we've come up so far with our, but it's only ours, list of 6 countries: Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, Eswatini, Mozambique, and Malawi, which could be part of the case study countries. There are good reasons, and I'll come to them on the next slide. We've chosen those. But we can't do them all probably because that would be very expensive. A gold standard for our inquiry would be to choose at least 4 countries because there is such a wide range of countries within the region. The silver standard, i.e. one we can live with, would be 3 countries, showing differences between the countries and allowing triangulation and comparisons. 2 countries would not be acceptable because that would be like saying mangoes are different from papaya. That would be, perhaps the difference isn't big enough there, but we need to have at least 3 countries so that we can make a reliable comparison when we're looking at the way things go. So there's our proposed focus countries, but the choice is not, we don't want the choice is with you all. Eswatini, we've looked at the progress to end child marriage, the way that they're developing a school policy for getting pregnant girls back to school. For instance, these are just for instances. Mozambique is one of the focus countries already, and they've done a lot towards revising family law, a lot of investment to end child marriage. They have, they're dealing with conflict, etc., etc. Tanzania, the Court of Appeal judgment in 2019 was very important. It's a good learning. And we would be able to follow their different, full range of stakeholders as they work to amend the law. Malawi, well, in Malawi, we've got a very wide adoption of the whole MLCM approach, the model law approach. We've got programs going, and we've got great involvement of the communities through the chiefs and working hard to make changes within the communities, both in attitudes and practice. Again, Zambia is the focus country. It's already undergoing revisions. there are strong champions in Zambia, and they are also working with traditional leaders. Zimbabwe, we have the marriage bill adopted in 2021, raising the minimum age of marriage. We have opportunities there, we know, to look at the process of the way that this bill was developed and adopted, and to follow it through into implementation. So, as I say, those are just examples of countries that can be chosen. It's vitally important that you are all involved in making these choices and that you're behind the choices that are made. Because in this second phase, we really need really strong stakeholder ownership and buy-in to this process of understanding what's happening with the model law. Because in this way, not only do we increase the chances of, and most importantly, we increase the chances of ending child marriage, but we also increase the chances of building up a knowledge base in the region, which will make this important globally. We believe that throughout the 6 countries, at least, that we've looked at, and I'm sure in other countries, we can find the national consultants we need to carry out the process. And we know that we are working with certain positives already. So we know we have the SADC ownership. We know we have support from other spotlight initiatives in the UNFPA. And we know we have good relationships established in phase 1. But we need to make sure that whatever we do in phase 2, A, benefits the children within the countries that we are, all of us, involved with. 2, benefits the region in development of its legal environment and development thinking. And 3, provides examples that go across the region and much further into the global end child marriage struggle. Thank you. I'll end there.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, is the chair still in?
Don't know, I think the chair left.
Is the vice chair in?
The vice chair is in. Honorable Rachel Zulu. Maybe she can moderate the question and answer session. Honorable Zulu.
Hello, Chair. Am I around?
Honorable Zulu, would you like to take the chair? Honorable Tumba is there.
Je suis là. Vous m'entendez?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed. The presenter has concluded.
Hello, Chair. Hello. Yes.
D'accord. Nous sommes arrivés à l'autre.
So now we go to.
Nous sommes arrivés à l'autre point.
We go to the next point, which is now the plenary deliberations. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Chair.
On vous attend, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. Après la session de questions et réponses.
So after the session of questions and answers, honorable members, I invite you to participate to the plenary deliberations so that we can propose the resolutions based on the presentation that has been made now. You have the floor. Anybody who wants to ask questions or to deliberate or maybe to add any intervention, anybody who wants to intervene, you're welcome to raise your hand, please. Is there any intervention?
None so far, Chair. I'm looking through the participants.
There is a hand from Marie-Jeanne.
There's one now, yes, from Honorable Gulamali, Madagascar.
Oui, collègue Marie-Jeanne de Madagascar. Honorable.
Yes, colleague. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to know. I would like to ask from the presentation based on the marriage, on the children marriage that we're talking about now. Are we taking into account the traditional marriages, or are we only talking about the civil marriages? Because in the case of Madagascar, for example, in our constitution, the marriage can actually start for girls at 16 years, and now it's from 18 years for the girls. But the traditional marriage is not regulated, so it's a parent that can actually, marry their child at an early age. So my question is, are we talking about only civil marriage or even the traditional marriages? That's my question. I thank you. The question has been addressed to Dr. Crawford. So would you mind to give clarification, Dr. Crawford? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie-Jeanne. Of course, yes, we are talking about all marriage. And this is the negotiation, the difficulty that we face and that you face, and that people in many of our countries face every day. That there is a legal system, a state system, which is not always in harmony with the traditional systems and the beliefs of the people who want to do the best for their children. So understanding the process and what can work to bring everything into line with our international agreements on the fact that a child is a child is a child until they're 18 is part of the process that we need to address. We need to make sure that we are looking at addressing, facing these challenges, which do not go away just because we, at a central level, develop new laws which make, from a state point of view, child marriage illegal. And these are not changes, as you know well, these are not changes that necessarily happen overnight. Though I have to say that I have worked in places over the last decades where such changes do happen overnight, rather surprisingly. But unless we really understand what works and how, then we are going to miss opportunities. And that is sometimes, although every context is particular, in every context, there is something which will help us as we try to promote the end of child marriage in all contexts. So the short answer was yes, we're dealing with all kinds of marriage. The longer answer was what I just said.
Merci pour la clarification.
Thank you very much for clarification. I would like to know if there is any honorable member with a question to be addressed to Dr. Crawford, please. If anybody want to intervene, please raise your hand.
There's Honorable Ndebele. There's a hand from Honorable Ndebele.
Allez-y, Honorable Ndebele.
You have the floor. You have the floor, Honorable Ndebele, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to say to Dr. Crawford, one good reason for us to celebrate the marriages law that you referred to is the positive side that it also brings the repeal of Section 79 of the Criminal Code of our law, which used to criminalize the transmission of HIV and AIDS. Although the marriage admittedly was related to HIV transmission, the new law now has strict criminal penalties in cases where an individual knowingly or unknowingly transmits HIV to their partner. So that's another chip on our shoulder in Zimbabwe.
May I reply? Chair, please, may I reply to that?
Vous pouvez répondre.
Yes.
Merci.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. You see, that's a very interesting addition, and thank you very much for it, because it points yet again how we cannot deal with any of these issues which pertain to social beliefs, customs, practices, which may be harmful to our children. We cannot deal with them individually. We have to look at things holistically. And that is an important part of our ability to create the right kind of policy and the right kind of programming that can move us forward. So thank you very much for that comment. J'ai fini.
Thank you.
Oui, je voudrais demander s'il y a quelqu'un d'autre.
Thank you so much for that. I'd like to ask if there's anybody else who want to raise a hand or maybe a question and to be addressed to Dr. Crawford. Yet, do you have anybody else? Do you have anybody else?
The Secretary General is requesting to intervene, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Secretary General, I was waiting for your hand. Please go ahead.
Indeed, Chairperson, thank you very much. I would intervene when the members have all exhausted their interventions. Then I'll be able to just say something in the end.
Je demande s'il y a un membre qui voudrait intervenir.
Thank you so much. That's why I asked if there's anybody else, any member that want to intervene before the Secretary General takes the floor.
We don't have any indications at the moment, Honorable.
Je vous fais honneur, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, de prendre la parole.
So I give you the honor, Secretary General, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me to thank, the presenter, particularly UNFPA, who has really been a consistent partner with SADC-PF, Rosaria Memorial Trust, and many others who have really made sure that the model law is not in vain. Honorable members, this particular scoping study is very important. In fact, it has helped us put together and respond to your terms of reference in terms of the type of report that should be expected from a committee such as yours. There should be a difference between a Committee on Human Social Development, which will speak about child marriage, or Committee for Gay-Wide, or RWPC, that may speak about marriage from various concerns. But for this particular committee, the work has been mapped out in terms of how we then say to the Plenary Assembly, this is the value addition of the model laws that are being developed. These are the standards that we would like to see in our countries. These are the protocols, these are the treaties, these are the conventions that we are monitoring or domesticating at the national level. So this scoping exercise has really assisted us in many ways to be able to reflect on the role of this committee. And I think it will set this committee apart in terms of how they then table their reports to the Plenary Assembly. Because the committee will be saying, what are the actual realities on the ground? What are the practices that we see despite such a standard setting instrument that we have? What are countries doing to innovate around these provisions, like Zimbabwe has just done, as Honorable Ndebele has indicated earlier? And I'd like to thank UNFPA and Equality Now for this particular good work that they've done. We are looking forward to phase 2, and I cannot agree more with our recommendations, because the recommendations goes further to tell us to look into the impact. What is it that continues to bind our authorities? What is the impact on the citizens? What is it that has been given as obligations to state parties or duty bearers, among others? And I'd like to say, this is really the type of report that we'd like to see being tabled before us, so that we're able to speak with authority where possible in terms of the gaps, so that we're able to show the Assembly that we are monitoring what is being done at the domestic level, and what we still need to really be able to encourage our countries to do as part of dealing with the pitfalls that we find despite legislation in our countries, despite bylaws, despite getting all the stakeholders that are involved in this exercise. Honourable members, I'm saying this because we develop model laws with the assumption that it is for members of parliament, and that members of parliament will take forward the letter and spirit of these model laws into action, that ultimately it will prompt members of parliament to take action and protect the children, to take action and look at the institutions that have been put in place. For instance, the Child Ombudsman, competency of ministries to make sure that we support the provisions of the model law. As I conclude, honorable members, when we look at what is it that we can pin our hopes on, the Convention on the Right of the Child is there for us to pin our hopes on. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the African Charter on the Rights of the Welfare of Children, and many other legal instruments are there for us to continue to remind the Assembly, to remind our member states that it is important for us to ask these questions. The issues for advocacy have already been outlined somewhat for us. What is it that we can be able to say to the Plenary Assembly? These are the actions for the various sectors in our ministries, for the various responsibilities that should be looked at by us as members of parliament. So I'd like to thank you, Ms. Crawford, for this. And I hope that this is going to trigger more questions, more parliamentary questions, more debates and motions, and the report to the Plenary Assembly, as this committee folds its work, will actually have much more substance to show that indeed this is a committee that monitors what happens after model laws have been developed. I thank you, Chairperson. I could not resist saying this because this is the type of work we require from partners. We can monitor, but at the end of the day, we come back to members of parliament to say, what is it that we can do further? Thank you.
Oui. Madame la secrétaire générale, vous avez...
Madam Secretary General, thank you very much. Thank you very much for what you said. If there's no any further point, I'll go to the next
Honorable
point.
Chair, there's a comment in the chat. Maybe it might require Dr. Crawford, the presenter, to respond. If you allow, I could read it out.
Allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you. It says to Dr. Crawford, I also feel that inclusion of traditional leaders at regional level to come up with regional positions can influence policymakers in their respective countries. This is from Kensington Marufu. That's the comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. This is a very important point. We would be sadly lacking if we didn't take into account the way that tribal relationships, I'm trying to be careful here. I was going to say politics, and then I thought I might get myself into trouble, but I mean it. Politics in terms of relationships inevitably cross boundaries imposed by, well, we'll take that back to history, but very important in encouraging a spirit both of cooperation and, I've seen in the past, a spirit of healthy competition in making sure that people take forward new ideas and are able to run with them. So yeah, thanks for that. Something not to be forgotten. Encore une fois, j'ai fini.
Madame la secrétaire générale.
Right, Madam Secretary General.
Chair, indeed, I think from inception, traditional leaders have been involved. Traditional leaders continue to be part of the knowledge sharing. They've appeared as expert witnesses to some of the committees, and we have seen a lot of progress. A case in point being Malawi, where we have very good best practices in terms of how traditional leaders are really working with government to make sure that child marriages are prevented. After all, they are gatekeepers, and we also know that traditional leaders influence the votes, and members of parliament are also needing comfort or assurance from traditional leaders in order to make headway, whether it be through advocacy or reforms of their laws in this particular area. So this is a category, or this is a stakeholder that we cannot at all ignore. So Chair, indeed, this is part of the metrics of partnerships dealing with child marriages. I don't know if Ms. Nyarazai is on board here, the African Union ambassador for child marriages, because she has also been leading in partnership with us in this area. Thank you.
She was here earlier, but I don't see her. I think maybe.
And also to mention that Madagascar also is quite active in this area with Princess, what is her last name now? Yeah, with their royal house there, in terms of advocating for child marriage, among others.
Honorable Chair, you may wish to proceed.
Okay, merci.
There's a hand from Madagascar.
Yes, I see the hand of Madagascar.
Yes.
Veuillez aller, Madame Honorable Marie-Jeanne. You can go. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Secretary General for intervention. It was really clear. And also Madame Ramanatra, who is the princess here in Madagascar, she's very active in this subject, but she's not around. But I would like to say that we will continue. It's not just what we've done in the past, but we've incorporated that in our constitution to mobilize the population, because we tell them that it's something very important, and it's not also good for them, the child marriage. So we doing a campaign nationwide, and we've got a big progress that has been done in our various regions. So I think it's an advice to all the member states of SADC that this is something that we can all work on at the national level, and not only formality for the law, because law should be followed by monitoring and the responsibility and the training for the population. I thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Secretary General. Thank you very much, Honorable Marie-Jeanne. We understand the advantage of this, the importance of this model law, which need to be incorporated in our national laws, and this is really an advantage that we may have, because it can be like a guide, to work on, that we can implement in our national laws. Madam Secretary General, with your permission, I would like to request that we can adopt the resolution that has been presented. So can we adopt that if there's no any other comment, Madam Secretary General?
We have a request from Honorable Nyarazai Gumbozwanda. I think that's the AU ambassador.
Excusez-moi si j'ai mal prononcé votre nom. Allez-y.
Désolé, collègue. You can take the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to address you in my capacity as the African Union Goodwill Ambassador on Ending Child Marriage, and to congratulate, through you, Chair, the SADC Parliamentary Forum in the work that you are doing for trailblazing on our continent and setting the standard and the benchmark on how we translate the regional continental commitments into our regional REX instruments, and at the same time move and support countries to implement and for communities to enjoy their rights, especially our children. I want to really appreciate, sir, that the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage, it does not talk about reducing, it talks about eradicating. And secondly, that the most profound other element that we see is that we talk about protecting the rights of children already married. At the continental level, we are seeing that there's a lot of effort around prevention and not sufficient effort around girls already in marriage. Say I produced my report to the African Union, which I would like to share through you, with you, and I'll make copies available through Secretary General, so that possibly the insights from my report as the AU Goodwill Ambassador can inform your work. I stand ready and available to continue to support your work. Thank you very much, sir.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Comme je disais tout à l'heure, Vous avez dit vous allez pas. Ouais. Comme je disais tout à l'heure, Madame la Secrétaire générale.
As I was saying now, Madame SG, I would like to know whether we need to adopt the resolutions, if any. It's up to you, Madam Secretary General, to tell us.
Indeed, Chair, it would be appropriate as your reports to plenary need to have a prayer. Thank you.
D'accord. D'accord.
Okay, that's fine. Can we adopt then? Dear colleagues, any proposal to adopt the resolutions? And secondment? Dear colleagues, who's ready to make that move, to make a proposal? I can see Madame Honorable Marijan from Madagascar. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, President. I would like to propose that we adopt our resolutions. Anyone to second? Who would like to second what Honorable Marishan Dark has just said? Any secondment? Anyone who would like to support what Madame Marishan has proposed? Anyone to second that proposal?
Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I second.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Quelqu'un d'autre?
Thank you very much. Anybody? Okay, that's fine. So the resolutions have been adopted. Thank you. Now, the last item on the agenda is the closing. I would like to invite the Vice Chair or Vice President of our committee for his closing remarks. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Chair, you hear me? Hello?
Honorable,
Chair,
you
you
are
hear me?
audible.
On vous suit.
You are audible, Honorable. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, this is my closing remarks. To all honorable members present, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Boom Goma, esteemed resource persons, members of the Technical Working Group on the SADC Model Law and Public Financial Management, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, staff of the National Parliament, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. From the onset, let me seize this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all honorable members present here for taking time from other equally important assignments to attend this meeting. A word of thanks also for the active participation, valuable interventions and contributions that each member has made throughout the deliberations today. Without your participation, honorable members, the committee would not have made the progress that has made today. In other words, we have been able to successfully deliberate on matters of importance to our region only because each one of you, all members, was committed to the cause and you made your presence count. The positive outcome is the fruit of your hard work. Allow me to pay particular tribute to the esteemed resource persons for the well-researched, informative, and timely presentation. Not only has he enlightened us about the different methodologies that can be used to monitor the domestication of model law by SADC member states, but he has also helped us map our critical areas in the model law around which we can strategically focus going forward in our mission to monitor the domestication of the model law. You will agree with me, honorable members, that our interaction with the resource person has thrown a challenge to us as parliamentarians to be more robust in undertaking our oversight role on public financial management. It has also shed light on areas of PFM on which we need to pay particular attention as legislators as we execute our mandates. Honorable members, let us not forget that as has been highlighted by the resource person, the high public debt that SADC countries are owing is a major constraint to service delivery and poverty alleviation strategies. The region development challenges remain daunting, and thus the need for increased resource mobilization cannot be overemphasized. Beyond just financing development priorities, domestic resources mobilization brings financial sovereignty and reduces dependency on foreign financial assistance and promotes ownership of development programs, thereby improving resource allocation in a way that maximizes social outcomes. Honorable members, the SADC model law on public financial management is a key instrument that will transform the landscape of public financial management in the region. I wish to implore honorable members to advocate and support amendments to key legislation in their respective jurisdictions in order to reinforce the domestic legal framework on public financial management in an effort to domesticate the law, to demonstrate the model law on public financial management. I remain confident that honorable members will utilize the information acquired to diligently serve the SADC citizenry by safeguarding resources through offering checks and balances on public financial management by the government, as well as fighting corruption and other forms of revenue leakage. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, permit me to thank all those who have worked tirelessly to make this meeting a success, particularly the unsung heroes, our Secretary General and her staff. Thank you, Secretary General, for your commitment and hard work. I also wish to thank our partners who continue to support us in various ways, including our resource person for today. Without your support, our work would be that much more difficult. With these few remarks, Honorable Chair, I thank you and declare the meeting closed. Thank you so much.
Je vous remercie honorablement. Bon week-end.
Thank you, I thank you, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much.
Bye. ICT, kindly terminate, please.